I've been a bit of a long-time lurker on this sub. I've been seeing all kinds of standard ghost stories, but this one just feels different. It's not just a ghost, I guess. It's something that lived in the dark. It happened maybe 5 years back. I do geological surveying. Basically, I get paid to go into the forgotten holes in the ground and make sure they won't swallow a town whole. The deeper, the older, the sketchier, the better the paycheck. This was the Blackwood mine in northern Arizona. They had this auxiliary tunnel that they called the third shaft that was barely on any map. My task was a standard rappel down a vertical borehole into a narrow auxiliary tunnel to check the structural integrity before they sealed it forever. The air down there was like breathing wet dust and old pennies. You know the smell when copper reacts to moisture. Multiply that by 1,000. Plus, this smell, sharp, electric, but it just hung there. No storm relief coming, just sitting. I landed in the tunnel, maybe 800 feet down. It was a tight squeeze, barely 4 feet wide, and I had to stoop low. The first red flag. When I tried to pull my main safety line back up, it snagged, hard. Like something had clamped down on it 20 feet above my head. I gave it a few hard yanks, but it was useless. I was pinned. My way out was gone. I tried the radio, but there was just dead silence. Too much rock, too deep. The initial panic was bad, yeah, but you train for this. Add a few hours of water, a couple of those disgusting emergency paste bars, and I told myself, it's fine, Mark. You just have to walk back to the central junction, set up the beacon, and wait. And that's when the acoustics decided to lose their mind. I was crouching, getting my bearing, when I heard a sigh. I guess not a human one, but a deep, long sound. It felt like the rock itself was breathing. But it hummed in my chest. It felt like it started right next to my left ear, but somehow traveled from miles away. Then, a whisper, dry as old bone dust. Gone. Just that. Just that. Short. Final. My heart traveled to my throat. I swung the light around fast. Nothing but mud and slate. I told myself, the way you have to down there, that it was gas, pressure shifts, mines play tricks on you. I started crawling, couldn't walk, had to move on my hands and knees, pushing the heavy pack ahead of me. I was maybe 10 feet into the crawl when the feeling hit me. It was instantaneous and overwhelming. It wasn't cold or hot, just this immense, suffocating weight. Imagine plunging into deep water, but the pressure isn't water, it's something else. It was right behind me, pressing down on my shoulders and the back of my head. It felt so close that it could have been touching me, yet there was zero physical sensation. The terror wasn't that something was there. It was the absolute or crushing knowledge that I couldn't turn around. I genuinely felt helpless. I was locked up. A reptile brain response. Play dead or crawl forward. Then came the sound that forced the issue. A scuttling. Not the random click of pebbles, but the sickening acceleration rhythm of something moving on rough stone. Fast. Too fast for a rat. Too heavy for an insect. It sounded like multiple legs, like dry, hard chitting hitting slate. And it was getting louder, closer. The claustrophobia was now weaponized. I was in a stone tunnel, unable to stand, and whatever this thing was, it was designed to hunt in this exact space. I scrambled, yelling incoherently in the dark and pushing my gear, tearing my knees on sharp rocks. I was trying to sprint in a crouch. That clicking noise went from 10 feet away to right behind my head. I felt a gust of dead, freezer-burn air on the back of my neck, and the weight intensified. A crushing pressure on my spine. It pinned me slightly. Just ahead, I saw somewhere that I could try to turn around. I didn't know what else to do. Pure adrenaline. I turned, grabbed my pack, the heavy one with the battery unit and the main coils, and without even looking, I threw it backwards at whatever was crawling. The scuttling stopped. Then it was just silence. I lay there for a minute, maybe 5, afraid to move. When I finally dared to look back, my light found the pack 10 feet away, tilted over, its contents spilled. But the tunnel was empty. I was shining my light along the wall where the pack had landed, and I saw a smear. A perfect, thick, oily black mark on the gray slate, shaped like a glossy, elongated human hand, but with 4 unnaturally long fingers. I guess it's possible it was there before, and I just hadn't seen it. But beneath it, there was this thick drag mark, like something heavy and soft had been pulled away from the light. I eventually got pulled out of there, 6 hours later. I've never really gotten any answers on what exactly it was that I saw, felt in that tunnel. So, I say just be safe out there. The real scary stuff isn't always ghosts. Sometimes it's whatever evolution forgot underground. You know how some houses just feel old? Not just structurally, but heavy. Like they've absorbed too much time and too many arguments. Our house, bought cheap outside of Asheville, was like that. 3 stories of clapboard and silence, sitting on 5 acres of forgotten subland. My wife Sara and I moved in last spring. Everything was pretty perfect, especially for the first 2 months. Unpacking, painting, arguing over where to put the hideous antique desk we inherited. It was actually fun. Then the house started showing us things. It started small. Sara would be in the kitchen, humming, and she'd glance out the side window over the sink, the one that looks out into the overgrown path leading to the shed, and she'd see him, the watcher. He was always perfectly framed by the window, never too close, never too far. A man, tall and unnaturally gaunt. He wore clothes that looked too heavy for the season, dark gray, rough wool, maybe, and a wide-brimmed hat that cast his face into shadow. He stood utterly still, just looking at the house. For a while, it was only Sara that could see him. So you can imagine, it started out a bit rough. The first time, she screamed and dropped a plate. I came running. When I looked, there was nothing, just the thick rhododendrons and the messy yard. "He was there, Ben," she insisted, her voice shaking. "He was so thin, just staring." He'd appear at the living room window, framed by the old, slightly warped glass. This is where I'd see him. I'd be reading, catch a slight movement in my peripheral, and there he'd be, still, immobile, always facing the house, his posture rigid and formal. He didn't look at me exactly. He looked through the house, at something beyond me. We called the police, of course, twice. They drove the perimeter, looked for footprints. There were none, even when the ground was muddy. And they gently suggested that we were seeing things. That, of course, discouraged us from calling them again. The stress became a blanket over the house. We started keeping all the curtains drawn tight, even during the day. It made the house dark and close, but it felt safer somehow. One night, the fear escalated into pure, blinding panic. We were upstairs in the master bedroom on the second floor. It's the back corner room, overlooking the deep woods. Sara was getting ready for bed. I was scrolling on my phone. She froze and her eyes were fixed on the tall window next to the dresser. "He's here," she whispered. I didn't argue this time. The air in the room had gone heavy. I looked towards the window, and there he was, the watcher. He was standing outside, looking up at our window. This was impossible. The window was a solid 20 feet off the ground. He wasn't on a ladder or a roof. He was suspended there, his feet dangling slightly, his gaunt frame unnervingly stable. The shadow from his hat was deep, but I could make out the sharp downward curve of his mouth, a look of profound, eternal disapproval. I grabbed the bedside lamp. I actually screamed at him, "Get out of here. Get away from here." And I rushed toward the window, ready to smash the glass. Just as I reached the sill, he vanished. Not a fast disappearance, but an instant silent poof, like he'd just been erased. Sara was sobbing. She was huddled near the closet. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, sitting guard with the fireplace poker, convinced that this levitating person was real, that they were going to break in. We called the realtor the next morning. We were leaving, but we needed one final sanity check. While packing up in the kitchen, I noticed something strange about the window over the sink, the very first place that Sara had seen him. The glass was old, wavy, a little greasy from years of cooking. In the late afternoon light, the reflection was strong. As I was wiping it clean, I saw my own reflection distorted in the glass. Behind my shoulder, perfectly framed by the window, the watcher. I whirled around, but nothing. I looked back at the glass and he was still there, reflected right behind me. I understood. He was never outside. He wasn't looking in. The watcher was a reflection, a presence that had bonded to the house, an entity that stood perpetually inside the structure, using the windows like mirrors to look out at the world that he was trapped in. Every time we saw him, we thought he was outside because he was looking at the house. He was looking at his prison. And so I thought, when he appeared at the second-story window, he wasn't floating. He was standing on the second-story floor, right behind us, staring at his own reflection and ours in the light. In my mid-20s, I lived in a small one-bedroom apartment in a restless part of town with my 2 cats. In that apartment, there were some of the scariest moments I've ever encountered. My cats have always been sensitive to the paranormal, and their company gives me reassurance that I'm not just imagining stuff. One night, I was heading to sleep, already in bed, but just laying there not getting any sleep. The clock was way over midnight when I started to hear scratching under my bed. My bed is in a sleeping alcove, and only one side was open. My 2 dressers next to it only had one opening to get into the bed and for 2 cats to get under it. First, I thought that one of my cats was just having fun underneath, but the sound was a little off, so I opened my eyes to see both of them in bed, restless, looking out of the bed. Then I heard it. Slow, low breathing, next to the scratching, directly under me. I froze. The younger cat slowly started walking near the end of the bed, trying to find something. Jumped down, went under the bed, There, she started to purr like she does when she talks with a person. I gathered my courage and slowly peeked under my bed. My phone's flashlight was in my hand, and my heart was pounding like hell. Just to see only my cat there, who walked back like nothing. Similarly, often in the house, you can hear slow, dragging footsteps near the front door, and my older cat is usually the one to go check it. Hair standing up, getting back into bed fast, almost like something was there. In the same apartment, I had the most nightmares that I've ever had in my life, and the worst ones. One stood out from the rest, as it happened just days after the scratching incident. In the dream, I woke up in my bed just to see the clock being at 3:03. I stood up, and an overwhelming feeling of evil and terror came to me. And as I tried to run back to bed, I felt as if the shadows of the house were getting darker and darker, as if the shadows were full of the evil I was feeling and coming to get my soul. I got back into bed, only to wake up again. I looked at the clock, 3:03, and the same feeling rushed over me. I realized I was still sleeping. I tried to wake myself up by snapping my fingers, but it didn't work. And as the shadows got closer and closer, I finally woke up again, only to look at the clock and have it be 3:03 again. Still in the same dream. The same thing happened again and again, until in the last loop I started to scream and finally woke up. 3:03. I thought to myself, this can't be happening again. But the feeling of evil wasn't there anymore. I pinched myself, and I was awake. I had to call my best friend, woke her up, asked her to tell me I'm awake. She told me yes angrily for waking her up. She hung up on me. I slept the rest of the night with all of the lights turned on. This is one of the weirdest paranormal stories I have. My best friend was staying over at my place a few years ago. We had a fun evening and were just chatting, but when the night came, it got weird. We went to bed maybe around 1 a.m. I fell asleep fast, but my friend stayed awake feeling restless. While I slept, I had a dream of a room full of mirrors and boxes on the floor. I stood there ready to leave when I noticed my reflection wasn't moving, and it was staring at me with black eyes. I started to run while my reflection stood there staring at me, smiling like a maniac, and that's where I woke up. When I woke, the room was dark, and I smelled the bloodiest smell that I've ever smelled, sure that it had to be coming from me. It was like laying in a puddle of fresh blood. I had to check, did I start my period? That was not the case. I thought maybe my friend got hers. It was strange, but I went back to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my friend was already up, looking tired as hell. I asked her if she started her period by chance. I told her about my dream, the night. She told me that she didn't get hers, but that she thought that I did, because she had smelled blood that night, and that she had the weirdest and scariest night. While I slept, she was awake trying to sleep. She told me that I kept making weird noises behind her, knocking or chattering my teeth fast together in an inhuman way. She turned her head and the sound stopped. She decided to lay on her back to catch me faster if I did it again, and while laying there, closing her eyes and opening them in between trying to sleep and being awake, she suddenly saw me hanging in the ceiling, staring at her with dark eyes. On the ceiling, there were flowers hanging in ropes, and in one of them, she saw me hanged, hovering above her feet. Even when blinking, it didn't go away, not until maybe 10 seconds, and then it was just vanishing. She tried to get sleep. After a moment, she smelled blood, thinking all the same things I thought. She eventually allowed herself to fall asleep. It couldn't have been long after that when I woke up and had my experience. We had a good laugh about where our minds had been at initially, but as we checked for blood around the apartment, we got a more eerie feeling. There obviously was no blood, so what was the smell? After that incident, a weird thing happened that connected to that night. 3 days later, as I was heading home for a smoke downstairs, I threw my phone on the bed to put my jacket on. Later at night, while going through my phone, I noticed a picture. My phone had taken a picture on its own while I was putting on my jacket. It looked like I had hanged myself from a rope on the ceiling. Blurry face, black eyes. I saved that phone for a long time, but it hasn't turned on for years. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost. She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me the ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered. And help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room. decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer. Long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cop started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain. It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it, a voice, in my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. Run, it whispered. Run now. My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Run fast, run into the road. I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children, especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987. But sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. I'm pretty darn sure I had a time slip with my grandma when I was 13 or 14. She and my grandpa raised me off and on after my mom had passed away. Don't go grabbing the Kleenex box. This ain't about that, and it ain't sad. My grandparents raised me up good, and my grandma Joanne was my best friend growing up. On a random weeknight, the house phone rings. It's late. I'm in my pajamas watching TV on the couch in the living room while my grandma and grandpa are playing pinochle in the kitchen. Grandpa answers the phone. The muffled voice on the other end erupts so loud, Grandpa pulls the phone away from his ear, tells Grandma he thinks it's her friend and our next-door neighbor, Allie. She was another fellow senior citizen, but Allie didn't age with grace. She liked to party and hook up with the other lonely senior citizens in the community. Allie was a real homewrecker up until her funeral. She calls the house obliterated drunk, asking Grandma to come pick her up, not because she was responsible, but because she lost her car keys in a thorn bush outside one of her lover's houses. So, Joanne, with a heart of gold, tells Allie she'll come get her. Allie gives Joanne the address, and I help look it up on MapQuest.com, and I write down the directions. The destination was less than 10 miles away, and I offered to ride shotgun and give the directions as she drove. Joanne agreed, and Grandpa retrieved a gun from their bedroom and handed it to her. Grandpa didn't like Allie or the company she kept. He'd recently hurt his back, or he would have taken my place in the car. I got on my sandals, and we headed out to rescue Allie. The old Volkswagen we drove clunked, and its muffler would sometimes scrape on the ground, but I'd be damned if it didn't always get us from A to B. In Arizona, the sun sets real slow. There were fewer cars on the road around us, but it was still blazing hot outside. The wagon's AC was spotty at best, and it would only work in brief spurts. Our only way to cool down was to roll down the windows and cruise the empty streets to catch a breeze. That night, my grip wasn't as strong as it should have been, and a breeze caught the paper with directions written on it, snatching it right from my hands, out the window. Grandma Joanne saw the papers fly out and stomped down on the brakes, with lightning reflexes. When the tires screeched to a stop, it went, "Reet, reet." The second "reet" sounded like it was a question, like, "Reet?" The best way to describe it was like giant rubber shoes on a basketball court. It didn't sound like the first gravelly friction skid, and for some reason, we sat there and laughed for quite a while about the silly noise we'd just heard. Then she put the wagon into park, turned on the hazard lights, and we both got out to look for the piece of paper I'd lost. I didn't notice anything until my feet hit the ground outside the car. One of my sandals got caught on a dry crack that had formed in the earth beneath me. When I felt the slight resistance stepping out, I looked down. I saw I wasn't standing on a street. The ground looked like desert. Grandma Joanne already fully out of the car, and the words I hear out of her mouth first are, "Holy shit." Then she starts telling me to get out of the car and come look around. Busy with my sandal situation, my shock was only a couple of seconds shy of hers. When I looked up, the barren desert that I'd gotten my sandals stuck in, it wasn't just a patch that had stopped under my feet. The dry desert floor was now all around us. Heat waves radiated with distant water mirages. In front of me, Joanne walked out further, with her arms stretched out wide, then turned around and said, "Well, how the fuck did this happen?" There was nothing in the distance in any direction. Joanne didn't look like she was scared, but I thought we'd die. We stood in a silent, hot, flat land with broken, dusty ground all around. Not a cloud in the sky. No sun either. The sky was still blue, but we couldn't pinpoint where the light was coming from. Joanne thought that we'd die too. She wouldn't tell me that until later in life, though. We both got back into the Volkswagen, but she couldn't get the engine to start. We'd never even turned the car off. So, with the temperature now hotter inside the car, we both got out and basically repeated what we did the first time, looked around and asked each other, "What the fuck is going on?" Without a better idea, Joanne pulled out her gun and asked if I wanted to learn how to shoot. If we'd had a deck of cards, I'm sure we would have done that, but we didn't. She told me all the must-know facts that someone should learn before being handed a gun, then instructed me to hold the gun out with both hands, stiff arms for recoil. I breathed in and pulled the trigger. My eyes closed tight when the gun blasted. When I opened them again, the first thing I saw was a palm tree a few yards in front of me, with a bullet in it. Dogs were barking, and I realized I was standing in someone's front yard. Joanne grabbed the gun, and she and I stared at the palm tree, examining it to see if it was real. Then the porch lights of the house whose yard we were standing in turned on, and all hell broke loose. If you didn't know this fact, all the old people around here have guns, and this homeowner clearly felt threatened by two strangers shooting his palm tree. Joanne grabbed my shoulder and pushed me into my open passenger door as a bullet whizzed nowhere near us. Thankfully, most old people need glasses to see what they're doing, and it seemed that we'd woken him up so suddenly he'd forgotten his when he chose to return fire. We noticed the wagon's engine was running again, hazards clicking again, AC spurting in bursts. Joanne ran around to the driver's side and dove in. She was surprised when she tried to start the wagon and it made a metal grinding sound because the car was already on. The old man at the door, he let off another shot, and we heard it hit glass from a parked car further down the street, which made Joanne throw it into drive and get our asses out of there. Another grandma would have had a heart attack, but my grandma drove over a chain-link fence to leave that neighborhood. And almost as soon as she did, we knew where we were again. That experience was all that we could talk about. When we got home, Grandpa told us that we'd left only 2 minutes before. He believed us, but couldn't help when it came to answers of any kind. We never did pick up Allie that night. When my grandparents passed, the questioning and wondering kind of died with them, as I had no one else who could understand the story. I don't really expect any of you to give a fuck either, but it's my Grandma Joanne's birthday today. So in honor of her, I'm capturing our memory forever on the interweb. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old, dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. When I was 8, my parents and I flew to Philadelphia. My grandmother had died, and we were there for her funeral, I believe. Although I was born in Philadelphia, my parents had moved to Wyoming shortly after I was born. They were excited to show me all of their old stomping grounds, high school sweethearts. Both of them grew up in the city. We parked on a random side street and walked up and down the city as they pointed out various landmarks. They seemed nostalgic, reminiscing about their youth. At one point, we stopped for ice cream at a shop where my dad used to take my mom on dates. On the way into the shop, I noticed a homeless man sitting nearby. He wore an eye patch and had no shoes. I felt bad for him, but my parents seemed to pretend he wasn't there. After we got our cones and left the shop, I told myself not to look at him again, but my undiagnosed ADHD made it impossible to resist. It was like trying not to crack your knuckles, knowing the relief that comes after. I couldn't help myself. I glanced. The man was staring directly at me. He was tall and skinny, wearing pants too big for him and a coat riddled with cigarette burns. He stood barefoot on the cold concrete. My parents walked ahead, completely unaware. I knew I shouldn't look again, but the urge was too strong. I turned my shoulder this time to peek back, and to my shock, the homeless man was now just 2 feet behind us. Before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing the sleeve of my coat. His face was wild, and before I could scream, he started yelling, "You're my girl! You're my girl!" Everything happened in a blur. Within seconds, my dad had tackled the man, throwing punches. The homeless man was tall, taller than my dad, who I'd always thought of as the tallest man ever, a giant. My dad, usually gentle, was transformed by rage. His first punch dropped the man, but the grip on my coat remained. It took several more blows before the man would let go. It was horrifying. I was inches away from my dad's fist as he pummeled this man. When I finally broke free and ran to my mom, my dad was still hitting him. A small crowd had gathered, but no one intervened. It was my mom who finally screamed, "Stop! You're going to kill him!" After that, we hurried back to the car. There was no more sightseeing. We didn't visit anywhere after the funeral either. My parents were visibly shaken, and we left Philadelphia right after the wake. At the reception that was held at my uncle's house, I couldn't focus on the good memories of my grandmother. I was too distracted by the sight of my mom wrapping my dad's bloody hand in gauze. I'm pretty sure he broke his right hand on the homeless man's face that day. As an 8-year-old, I left Philadelphia thinking it was a scary place that I never wanted to visit again. And sure, Philly can be a tough city, but what happened wasn't just a random, unfortunate event. And I found this out about a decade later, completely by chance. Halloween, we were all going through old photos in the kitchen. My parents were showing me their old Halloween costumes. Some of mine as a child were mixed in there, but mostly it was my parents' old photos. I noticed a stack of photos on the kitchen counter. It didn't look like we'd gone through them, so I took them out of the envelope and went to move them to the table. They were high school pictures of my parents with their friends, school events, parties, typical teenage memories. In a lot of these pictures, there was a guy who stood out. He was hard to miss because of his distinct eye patch and his height, taller than my dad. Curious, I brought one of the pictures to my mom and I asked, "Who's this guy?" Her reaction immediately set off alarm bells. She was trying way too hard to act normal. I could tell something was off, so I pressed further and asked, "Did you guys know that homeless man in Philadelphia? Is this him?" My question shattered her composure, and she broke down sobbing, way more than I'd anticipated or ever seen before. I thought she would have brushed it off with a casual, "Yeah, he was just a guy from high school who went down the wrong path," or something like that. But instead, she had a full-blown panic attack. My dad had to help her to the couch to calm her down before she fainted. At that moment, I knew that I'd stumbled onto something much bigger than I'd imagined. Then we were interrupted by trick-or-treaters. But afterwards, I showed my dad the photo. I saw tears well up in his eyes. I was completely confused, wondering what the heck was going on. And that's when they finally told me the truth. The man with the eye patch, the homeless man who grabbed me, was my biological father. All three of them had been friends, best friends in high school. But at some point, my biological dad got heavy into drugs, started showing signs of severe mental illness. He became abusive, and when my mom found out that she was pregnant, she'd already stopped seeing him after he'd tried to strangle her while driving on the freeway. The man who raised me, Jerry, he had stepped in. He was loyal to my mom and helped her escape the toxic relationship, even moving to Wyoming. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and he took on the role of my father without hesitation. In the year 2000, I drove to Toronto to catch a football game. I didn't have much money, and hotels in the city were way out of my budget. I figured I could just sleep in my car for the night, rather than drive the 3 hours back to my hometown. It seemed like a good idea at the time, nothing too risky. People did it all the time, right? Plus, it was downtown Toronto, busy, well-lit. I remember thinking that, and what could possibly go wrong? After the game, I found a private parking lot tucked between two office buildings. It was quiet, almost deserted, and I liked that. No street noise, no people around, and the fee was cheap enough for me to justify sticking around. The whole place had an eerie vibe, though, the kind that makes you sort of second-guess yourself. I brushed it off, though. This was about as good as it was going to get. Absolutely better than a 3-hour drive. I parked near the back, far from the entrance, laid my seat down as far as I could go, wrapped up in my jacket, and stretched out. I tried to get some rest, and I sort of did. But around 3 a.m., I was startled awake by the sharp sound of breaking glass. It was loud, like someone had taken a baseball bat to a window nearby. My heart jumped in my throat. I sat up slowly, still half asleep, but then I heard more glass shattering, and this time closer. I peered out the side window, and that's when I saw them. A group of guys, maybe 6 or 7, they'd taken over the parking lot. They were laughing, yelling. I knew I'd parked far enough away from the other cars, but they were just smashing their way through anything they could get their hands on. I watched as one of them hurled a rock straight through the window of the parking lot's ticket booth. The glass exploded on impact, scattering across the pavement. I had that feeling of panic in my chest. They weren't just a couple of rowdy kids. This seemed like a gang, and they weren't messing around. They were going from car to car, smashing windows, kicking in doors, rummaging through whatever they could find. I didn't know what they were looking for. Money, electronics, drugs, who knew? But they were destroying everything in their path. That was clear. My car, an old beater that was practically falling apart, was parked not far from the middle of the lot. I thought maybe, just maybe, they would pass it over. After all, who would bother with a rusted-out hunk of junk like mine? But that hope quickly evaporated when I saw one of the guys, a tall one with a shaved head and a menacing look pointed my direction. My stomach dropped. Without thinking, I ducked down as low as I could, pulling an old hoodie and some clothes from the back seat over me like a makeshift blanket. My mind raced. If they found me, what would they do? There was no way I could fight off an entire gang, but I wasn't about to just sit there like a target. I tried to breathe slowly, quietly, but every sound outside seemed magnified. The crunch of glass under their boots, the clang of metal as they ripped into someone's car door. Though the lot was big, I could hear their voices now, clearer and closer than before. There were only a few cars away now. One of them laughed this high-pitched noise. It was kind of a manic laugh. It sent chills down my spine, but I stayed silent. Another guy was talking about teaching someone a lesson. I had no idea what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. I wasn't waiting around to find out. What if they looked inside my car? And what if they saw me? I imagined them finding me, yanking me out by the collar, and beating the life out of me right there. My brain was scrambling. I was trying to come up with a plan. Maybe I could pretend to be drunk or stoned, just completely out of it. Maybe they'd laugh and move on. But that didn't feel right. I had no idea how they'd really react. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The guys were now right next to my car, their voices just outside. I could hear the jangle of metal. One of them must have been fiddling with something, maybe a crowbar or a knife. Every muscle in my body was tense at this point, waiting for the sound of my window shattering. That moment when everything would go from bad to worse. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the faintest hint of a siren in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind trying to trick me. But the gang must have heard it too, because their chatter stopped abruptly. There was a pause, a tense, eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then they bolted. The sound of their footsteps, heavy and fast, faded into the night as they scattered like the cockroaches I assumed they were. The siren grew louder, closer, and I dared to peek out from under the clothes, and they were gone. The lot was a wreck. Shattered windows, dented cars, debris everywhere. But the gang had vanished. I sat there still frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. The sirens finally reached the lot, and flashing red and blue lights reflected off the buildings. A police car pulled up, but by then, it was too late. The damage was done. I stayed hidden for a while longer, until the cops had done a quick sweep of the lot and moved on. When it felt safe enough, I slowly uncurled myself from my hiding spot. My muscles were stiff, aching, but even still, I didn't dare get out of the car, not until I saw daylight. When I finally drove away from that parking lot, I couldn't stop thinking about how close of a call it had been. If those sirens hadn't come when they did, I don't know what might have happened. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. I feel like there has to be more information on this, but I can't find anything beyond cookie-cutter news articles. I couldn't possibly be the only one writing about this. My story can't be the only one. But if it is, please read this before it's suppressed or deleted. I live in central Okanagan, and in late January, I'd gone on an early morning walk with my dog Pickle. It's a routine we do every day. I keep binoculars, a Swiss Army knife with a flint, and a plastic bag for dog droppings, all in a fanny pack attached to my hip every time we leave. The trail we walk goes on for kilometers, but Pickle and I rarely make it 3 before turning around. In that distance, there's still hallmark vantage points that look over the winery valleys. My Instagram's filled with photos of the view throughout the seasons. In the early morning, it was typical to see a low fog covering the valley in a haze before the sun comes out to evaporate it. There was also an old man that I'd always see driving the rows of vines. There's 4 large plots and he maintains the furthest. I don't think he's ever seen me up there, staring down at him. I'm pretty hidden behind trees and he's barely a speck from where I am, but it's always a fun sight to see. On this day, as we stopped to take in the scenic landscape, there was a slow fog drifting in from the hills unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was bright pink, opaque clouds that were slowly consuming the valley in front of me. The fog was probably about 5 to 6 kilometers away and lower in elevation than where I actually was, but still, watching the fog as it spread made me feel anxious. It floated in such an ominous manner. The crows and other smaller birds started to fly away in large clusters trying to avoid it. I didn't like seeing them do that. It also forced me to notice the lack of nature noise that I'm accustomed to hearing on the trail. I knew Pickle had come back because I could hear him breathing by my leg. I could hear the wind rustling the grass and it sounded like ocean waves around me. The silence actually rattled me. I'd never heard the world so quiet, so empty. And then a sound began to echo from the valley. It was barely a hum, but I was astonished I could hear it from where I was. I started looking for its source on the furthest plot, and I spotted a large tractor emerging from the fog. It's going full speed and leaving a clear path of destroyed trellis fencing in its wake. It hurtled right through the rows, trying to outrun the cloud. Plumes of brown and green lifted off the ground every time the tractor bucked. I put up my binoculars again to get a better look, but when I got a view of the tractor, I could see through the rear window of the tractor, unobstructed. If there was someone in the driver's seat, their body would be in front of it, blocking out the light. The cab looked abandoned while it creamed through the fields. I put down my binoculars and watched it crash into a bigger piece of machinery before it fell over on its side. No sign of the old man anywhere, and soon the tractor had been completely devoured by the pink looming fog. Pickle started whimpering. He was staring out into the valley, equally as focused on this thing as I was. It spooked me. I didn't want to be in the hills if the fog somehow made its way up. So I grabbed Pickle's leash and we ran home. I made sure to close the doors and all the windows, even going as far as taping the vents shut, but the fog never made it to us and eventually burned off with the morning sun. I spent that day calling everyone I knew to see if they'd seen it. Few folks living east of the valley and one friend right in town said that they'd all seen it. My friend in town, her name's Danny, she said that her house had been surrounded by it around 7 that morning, but she didn't go outside to investigate. She did the same thing that I'd done, which was to seal everything off. The folks living east of the valley told me their dog went missing. They think it used its doggy door to go outside. It got lost in the fog. They were asleep during the time that it would have taken place, and therefore they can't know exactly what happened, but they've had that dog for over a decade, and it's never wandered off before. Their backyard's also lined with a wooden 6-foot fence that the dog no doubt could scale over if it tried hard enough. But again, this is not the dog's personality. They blamed the fog for its disappearance. No one knew what to make of it. I too blamed the fog, but my theory as to how it happened would have sounded crazier than theirs. And that's because when I got home after seeing it, I'd closed everything up, and the next thing I did was sit down at the computer and Google pink fog. The first few websites only mentioned it as an atmospheric phenomenon when sunlight hits water droplets. That makes sense enough, but it wasn't what we saw. This fog was something different, and it had nothing to do with light tricks. Then I found a collection of reports from the United States involving a carnivorous pink cloud from 1955 to to 1966. Residents of Daytona, Florida were terrorized by a thick, creeping ground fog. It's on record being blamed for 12 deaths within that span. The descriptions I read were more in line with what I'd seen in our valley. I don't know that there's been any reported deaths related to the event I witnessed, but I know that the tractor stayed stagnant on its side for over a month, and those tending to the vineyard now, they're part of some commercial company. Who knows what really happened, but it all makes me pretty uneasy to think about. When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him. So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know. There's something so unsettling about those woods. This was a long time ago, about 25 years ago. I had tree trimmers out at my house for the last 2 days. I lived alone at the time. I did have the presence of mind to set out some men's shoes on the porch, but after being there for 2 days, for someone who was paying attention, it was pretty obvious I was a single woman. The night the crew finished up, I was upstairs in bed. It was late, around 1 a.m. My car was in the driveway. My bedroom light was on, so it was obvious someone was home. I was in bed reading when I heard a noise downstairs. It was a familiar noise, but I couldn't quite place it. I laid there listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of things falling onto the floor. It hit me then what the noise was. One of my window screens being pushed open, followed by books that I had lined up along the windowsill, falling. I was totally frozen in fear for a minute, just laying there, all of my senses on high alert. Then I heard another thumping noise, what I assume was the sound of feet landing on the wooden floor. There was someone in my fucking house. That's when I grabbed the bat that I had next to the bed, and I grabbed the phone. This was before cell phones, back in the times of landlines and cordless phones, and that's when I realized I'd left the cordless downstairs. I locked my bedroom door and started screaming that I knew they were in there, that I had a gun, and I was on the phone with the police. I proceeded to pretend like I was on the phone with 911. I opened my bedroom window and removed the screen, getting it ready in case I had to jump out my window. I don't know if it was me opening the window, maybe my screaming, but something set off my neighbor's dog. They started barking and moving around, which turned on the motion sensor lights in my neighbor's backyard. I went to stand at my door with my ear pressed against it listening, still continuing my fake 911 conversation. It was an old house with wood, creaky stairs, so if they started up the stairs, I'd hear them. It was dead silent. And then I heard scuffing noises, the sound of the window downstairs rattling, followed by the sound of someone running beneath my bedroom window. Something scared him off, and he jumped back out the same window he came in. I went to my window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. Whether it was me yelling that I was armed, pretending like the police were on their way, or the dogs, I'll never know. I had to get the cordless phone to call the police. I knew where it was, sitting on the kitchen table. I stood there listening for a long, long time, looking terrified. I really thought that I might have a heart attack. I was shaking. My heart was beating fast. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. Finally, I unlocked my door, had my bat at the ready, and crept down the stairs, into the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and then I took off, running up the stairs. I locked the door and called 911, waiting until they arrived. I walked with them while they inspected the house. The window in the study was standing open, the screen removed. Books I'd had lined up along the window were scattered on the ground. It was damp out, and there were bits of dirt and leaves on the floor from someone's shoes. Outside the window was a step stool taken from my garage. I'll never forget seeing the bits of leaves and mud on the floor. It was proof that someone had actually been in my house. He'd been standing in my study. He knew I was home when he made entry. One of the first things the cops asked was if I'd had any work done on the house recently. Tree trimmers. I'm sure it was one of them. They'd been around for 2 days, long enough to get the general idea of the house layout and to ascertain I was a single female. I was so scared after that to stay in my house. I felt so incredibly lucky he got scared off, but what if he came back? I felt violated, and I was angry. I spent the next few months either staying with my mom or having someone stay at the house with me. The only reason that window was unlocked was because the lock was broken. I had that fixed, and for extra insurance, I put nails in it so that they would block the window from being opened. I would have installed a security system, but I simply couldn't afford it at the time. The company was contacted, but there was no proof that it was anyone from their crew, so there wasn't a whole lot that anyone could do. Anyway, that was terrifying to me. To be a young woman alone in her house at night and hearing someone climb through a window, it makes you feel incredibly vulnerable. I'm very, very lucky. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have heard him, and things may have ended very differently. I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball court. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, The figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebars so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet, and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. A car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed. He was sitting in the driver's seat, staring at me with a frown. You okay, kid? I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy. Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. So my name is Tucker, and people call me Tucker the Trucker, and I can't say that I hate it. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I'm 32, single, don't have any kids, so I tend to stay on the roads. Most of my driving is done at night, less traffic that way. But you always want to fill up in the evenings because 24-hour gas stations can get dicey at 3 a.m. If you'll excuse the pun, I prefer to keep trucking along. There's a particular stretch of highway I drive all the time. It's properly in the middle of nowhere and runs straight through a heavily wooded area. The shoulders are barely big enough for a car, let alone my truck. So I lived in constant fear of flat tires. Now, it's weird to think that such a little thing ever worried me. Last Wednesday was a normal, boring night until I got a call in the middle of that long stretch. There was an old SUV with its hood up, stopped diagonally across both lanes. One guy was standing next to it, waving me down, but I saw a second person ducking on the other side of the SUV. One of the first things you learn with life on the road is to beware of a stranded motorist as much as a hitchhiker. This one checked every red flag. Middle of the night, in the middle of the blocked road, in the middle of nowhere, with suspicious characters. And I don't mean the one that I saw trying to hide. My headlights hit the one waving me down, and he had the friendliest shit-eating grin I ever saw. And I'm from the South, so that's saying something. Trust me, someone in that situation wouldn't be happy. Stranded people are angry and or desperate, period. I've heard horror stories of truckers stopping to help someone and getting robbed or worse, so nothing was getting me out of that truck. I tried to dial 911 right then, let the cops handle whatever the situation turned out to be, but we were, surprise, surprise, also conveniently stopped in one of the highway's dead zones. When I got a little closer, I could see two more shadows, one on either side of the road, trying to get behind me. I'm always armed. You have to be in my line of work. But I still wasn't sticking around for a shootout if I could avoid it. I'd been slowing down, but now there were at least 4 road pirates against just me, and it takes big trucks a second to get going. If they had weapons, I didn't stand much of a chance, so I made a split-second decision to keep going. I pulled as far into the shoulder as I could fit, but I still clipped the back of the SUV pretty good. Just a tip, if you ever find yourself in this situation, always aim for the back end. You never want to go head-on with an engine. Right before I made contact with the rear end, I saw the guy who'd been crouching behind it dive out of the way. He was wearing all black, with a hood pulled over his head. I didn't see where the grinning idiot went, but he was probably the one who shot at me. I don't know how many shots were actually fired because they started when the metal was still scraping, but it was at least 3. One came through the driver's side window and struck the windshield. I felt the wind on my cheek as it flew by. I almost swerved off the road, but managed to get back straight. 2 more shots hit the trailer as I sped off. I drove fast as I dared in case they tried to come after me. There was a second that I thought I saw lights behind me, but they were gone as fast as they appeared. I called the police about 2 miles later when I got service back. Later on, I was informed that they'd found the SUV abandoned in a ditch a little further up the road. It looks like they tried to drive it, but bailed when they realized how bad it was. The license plates were gone, and the VIN number was partially scratched off. But they were in a hurry and did a poor job. Cops traced it back to an elderly woman who lived next door to one of the suspects. She'd let him use her car in exchange for mowing the lawn and taking out the garbage. Last I heard, they made 3 arrests and are still looking for the last one. My name's Emma. If I told you that I once worked at a brothel, but I didn't work at a brothel, would you believe me? Well, believe it or not, it takes a lot to keep a legal brothel up to code. I did this for 3 years. Coming from a senior management position in another line of work, along with my skills in Excel, the bookkeeping was easy to do, and it paid a whole lot more than the company I was previously working for. If it wasn't for the money, I'd probably have overlooked the opportunity. Saying I worked at a brothel came with a stigma the paycheck just barely made me forget about. The fear about the stigma, though, was just my ego, because they ran that place with elegance and class. It was clean, and their clients were mostly high-end businessmen, musicians, and athletes. In my 3 years there, we only had one incident where Big Jim had to intervene. When I was there, we had a Big Jim and a Big Brandon and a Big Sam who rotated security. These large men were amazing at protecting our girls while they were there. But when they left our property, most of them lived much different lives. I'm speaking from personal experience that Most of the women that worked there came from hard backgrounds. Sure, you'd get the occasional princess chasing a quick paycheck, but it wasn't as common. I'd met a girl when I first started working there. Her name was Greta, and it was her first week there. I think maybe her third day. Greta had also been from Arizona, and we figured out after our first conversation that she and I used to live in the same school district. Neither of us competed in sports, but our schools used to play each other. She and I, being so far away from home, bonded us together like sisters, and we were inseparable after our first day together. Greta was 23, and she had long strawberry hair that she styled big for the times. While we worked there, our rooms were all on the property, like a second little motel. We were free to come and go as we pleased. Greta was in a pretty toxic on and off again relationship that remained that way the full 3 years I'd known her. He picked her up a couple of times from the brothel, but never got out of the car. I'd of course have to hear the stories of him breaking her heart, time after time, and I'd give advice like she'd take it seriously, and the cycle would repeat again. To maintain room and board, the girls had to sign a contract outlining their schedule. They could sign on for a week up to 6 months, but were expected to stay the whole time that they signed up for. Some girls would sign up for bi-weekly residences too. Again, we were very flexible, and we had a waiting list for potential workers. When Greta no-showed on a week that she'd signed up for, I wasn't concerned about the business. I was concerned because Greta was never flaky, and in those 3 years of me scheduling her, she'd always shown up. It was very out of character, and so I tried giving her a call, and it went straight to voicemail. I'd randomly punch in her number and tried multiple times throughout the week, hoping to hear it ring, hoping to hear her voice. I would have gladly taken any excuse she gave me, just to know that she was all right, but every time, it went straight to voicemail. This wasn't one of those jobs where we'd follow up or call the cops about a wellness check because a mailing address wasn't something that we required to apply because we gave them cash. I suspected her boyfriend had gone off the deep end, but with only his first name and a vague secondhand description of him, it felt silly to call the police. Later that week, though, her boyfriend would pull into the parking lot, and this time I'd get to see what he looked like in person. And though I now had a clear description of him, my suspicions of his involvement dissolved when I gathered that he was looking for Greta too. His name was Rajid. He walked through the front door and asked if I knew who Greta was, if anybody had heard from her recently. I told him I knew her, but nobody's received any sort of contact from her. Rajid thanked me, wrote down his number just in case she did come back, and then he departed. After that week had passed, Big Sam was tasked on cleaning out the rest of Greta's things from her room. As he's lifting up her mattress from the box frame, he saw the wood on the floor had some discoloration. So Sam lifts up the wooden frame and uncovers a decent-sized pentagram, painted in red, that was hidden under her bed. In her drawers, we found these tiny dolls carved out of wood. They were small enough to fit in your palm, and if you stared at them long enough, they all resembled somebody at the brothel. The details on them were incredible. Taking them into the light, we could see that they were all individually painted. Seeing the familiar features on these figurines had caught my eye because there was one with blue and black hair. It looked just like the hairstyle of one of our residents. Big Sam wasn't too impressed. He went back to cleaning out the rest of Greta's stuff. But I stayed standing outside, looking at these creations, wondering if Greta had whittled them. If she did, she'd never mentioned having such a talent. Along with the multicolored hair one that was easy to pick out, I also found a little Big Sam figurine, a little me, and what I believe was Greta's character. She was one of 2 African-American women that worked there, and they had different body types. Greta's doll didn't look like the rest of them. The painted faces all of them wore were simple white circles and black pupils. No nose, no mouth. A few had blue pupils, but Greta had black circles with red pupils. I'm staring at this demonic-looking doll when Sam pops his head out of the door and asks me if I had the remote to the TV in there. I said no, and he gave me an interrogating hard stare before going back in. A second later, Sam's coming out of Greta's room again, but this time he's running out, arms wailing, like he's swatting a bee away from his ear. I go, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hand to God, Sam looked pale, shaken up big time. He says, "Look," and shows me his goosebump-filled arms and says, "Someone just whispered in my ear, Emma." Now I was giving the interrogation stare down, wondering if he was trying to prank me, but he swore intently that he wasn't. He said the TV in there kept turning on and off, so he got on his hands and knees, reaching behind her dresser to unplug it from the wall. And while he was down there, that's when he had not just heard, but felt the breath of someone whispering in his ear. I was sure a bug had just flown by his ear, but his temper jumped to aggravated as he told me that he'd know the difference. We paid Big Sam for his size, not his manners or people skills, so what do you do when your big security guard gets spooked? Well, I don't know, so I went into Greta's room myself. I think on the idea that I'd find a moth or another winged bug in there, and I'd be able to laugh in Sam's tattooed face, call him a baby. So I step inside, and it felt like Sam had the AC cranked all the way up before he'd ran out. But I went over to turn it off and noticed it already was. The unit wasn't cold. The chill in the room wasn't coming from there. I didn't stick around long enough to figure out where the source was coming from either. As I'm searching for a pest to blame, I inevitably look up. When I do, I see there's a message written on the ceiling above me. I'll always remember what it said, because I had to take a picture of it for our records and insurance purposes, as well as physically rewrite it on a ton of documents. In the same red paint that was used for the pentagram, Greta had written, "I'm still here," in big capital letters that stretched across the white ceiling. I got a tingle up my spine I couldn't ignore, and I made my way out almost as fast as Sam did. It would cost a couple $1,000s to get that room renovated enough for someone to live in it again, but even after, the girls that would stay in there would complain about weird things happening in that room, ranging from strange sounds to more than one claim of a full-on figure standing behind them when they're looking into the bathroom mirror. They'll usually ask to change rooms. A few times we didn't have extra rooms available, and the girls actually gave up their residency, packing their belongings and driving away that night. I couldn't make sense of it. The year Greta went missing was the same year I quit. I started to dread showing up to work. There was something about that place. It felt like it was attracting negative energy. The girls started changing, and I no longer thought of us as a band of rebels looking out for each other. A job's a job, though. And to say the camaraderie wasn't my end-all reason. I really hated how creeped out everyone got about Greta's old room. Nobody treated her disappearance as something to mourn over. Everyone just moved on, started treating Greta's door like little children would, daring each other to knock on the door at night, making a mockery of something truly tragic. I couldn't explain why she had those dolls or graffiti in her room, but everyone's apathy toward it made me sick, because she was a good friend to me. And wherever she is now, heaven, hell, or in between, I'll always wish the best for her. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the third week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, "Do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first?" If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps, but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, "I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit." He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes, before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with his suitcase and his .45. The following week, I got a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click. was in my 30s at the time, and I was deeply into turkey hunting. One early morning, long before the sun had risen, I set off on an adventure, one to a remote section of a national forest in the Ozarks, in Missouri. It's still dark when I reached a rugged, overgrown trail, one at the forest's edge, a place where I knew few hunters ever ventured. I parked my truck, shouldered my gun, headed off, feeling that familiar thrill that comes with being completely alone in a vast, untouched landscape. After walking a while, I sat down in the cover of some trees, waiting for the toms to start gobbling. As I scanned the silent surroundings, I heard it, a single gobble breaking the stillness, faint but clear, coming from just beyond the next ridge. Excited, I quickly descended the ridge that I was on. I scrambled up to the next one, certain that I was closing in. The gobble echoed again, but this time it was from the next ridge over. I hurried down and up again, my pulse quickening as the sky slowly brightened. I sat, waited, and listened. But there was nothing. No gobble, no sign of the turkey I'd been chasing. The morning light was now revealing the dense forest all around me. And that's when it hit me. I'd lost all sense of direction. The ridges looked the same, the trees uniform, and the faint trail that I'd followed earlier was nowhere in sight. Panic started to creep in a bit. I had no food or water with me, no idea which way to go. I tried to remain calm, weighing my options. If I picked the wrong direction, I could wander deeper into the wilderness. Yet staying put wasn't an option either. I gathered my nerves, decided to head down and up the next ridge, hoping to find some landmark or trail. It truly felt like I'd been hiking for hours. The landscape seemed endless and indifferent to my plight. My thoughts grew darker, even in this short amount of time, imagining how long I could be lost out here with no one to even know where I was. Then, as if answering my unspoken prayers, something miraculous happened. Out of nowhere, a dog appeared, a scruffy, lean figure, trotting through the underbrush. The sight of it was almost surreal, like a beacon in the wilderness. Relief had flooded over me. I knelt down, frantically petting the dog, hoping that it would lead me somewhere, anywhere, someone that could guide me into civilization. But the dog didn't seem to have a destination in mind. Instead, it just stuck by my side, moving with me as I hiked along the ridge. I continued, now with this unlikely companion, climbing down and up one more ridge. And then, just when I thought that I was completely turned around, a trail appeared, like it had materialized out of thin air. The dog still trotted alongside me as I made my way back to the truck. My heart was still pounding from the fear that I'd felt just moments before. When I reached my truck, the dog gave me one last look, then turned and darted off into the trees, vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared earlier. I actually stood there for a long moment, watching the spot where it had disappeared to, wondering where it had come from and why it had found me. I looked at the topographical map before heading out that morning, and I knew that where we were, there were no homes, no cabins, nothing for miles in this part of the forest. The dog had no collar and showed no signs of being cared for. I briefly considered trying to call it back, to take it with me, but it was already gone. Over the next few days, the mystery of the dog lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was beneath the surface of that encounter. A few weeks later, while talking to a friend who worked for Park Services, I recounted the strange event. His face grew serious when I mentioned the location. He told me that a hiker had gone missing in that exact area several months earlier. They'd searched for weeks, but never found the man. They said the missing hiker's body was never recovered. The local authorities eventually found his dog, The description of the animal matched the one that had found me. It seemed I had encountered the very same dog that belonged to the missing man. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Somehow the dog had survived out there, wandering in the woods long after its owner had vanished, only to appear at a perfect moment to guide me back to safety. I'd often wondered how close I'd come to the missing man's last known location, or if his spirit was still lingering there, lost in the wilderness as well. All I know for sure is that the dog showed up when I needed it most, and then disappeared into the Ozarks, as if it had fulfilled some final task. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs. But it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The two officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic setting quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. I don't usually travel alone, but this time I had no choice. A work-related trip, short notice, and hotels were either booked or way out of my budget. I found a cozy-looking Airbnb, just a small one-bedroom with a private bath. The photos looked fine, the reviews were decent and recent, and the host had a good rating. It wasn't in a bad area either. Quiet, suburban, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the morning and wave to their neighbors. From the moment I stepped inside, though, something felt off. It wasn't obvious. The place was clean. It felt bare, if anything. A bed, small table, a kitchenette, a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed, a bland, mass-produced print, the kind that you see in waiting rooms. The bathroom was tiny but functional. It wasn't the space itself that bothered me. It was just this nagging, persistent sensation that I was being watched. I did naturally try to shake it off. Of course, it just had to be nerves from staying in an Airbnb for the first time, something I'd never really done. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in a stranger's home. But the feeling, it wouldn't go away. I locked the door and did a quick check around the unit, looked out the window. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. I stepped outside just for a minute, glancing at the neighboring houses, checking for anything or anyone watching me. Nothing. Still, the unease lingered. By the time I got ready for bed, I couldn't stand it anymore. That suffocating awareness, like unseen eyes pressing in. I'd sort of hoped that maybe when I stepped into the bathroom it would disappear, but it was the same. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, but I opted to skip the shower. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed. Nothing happened during the night, no noises, no disturbances, and yet as soon as morning came, the feeling was back, stronger. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I decided then and there that I wasn't staying another night. As I hurried to pack, I knocked something off the bedside table. It was just a pen, but when I bent down to pick it up, I saw something. Tiny glint of light. I froze. It was so brief, barely noticeable. A reflection from something. I stood up, scanning the room, but I saw nothing unusual. Still, my gut told me to look closer. So at that point, I was moving methodically, inspecting every surface, every object, and then my eyes landed on that framed print above the bed. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I reached up, lifted it off the wall, and there it was, a tiny camera, hidden behind the frame. It was obvious now. There was a hole in the poster, and this lens fit perfectly. But it blended into the photo masterfully. Of course, I felt sick. My entire body went ice cold as I stared at that little lens that had been watching me, recording me, most likely. I don't remember much after that. I grabbed my bag, got the hell out of there, and reported everything to Airbnb. I don't know what happened to the listing or the host, other than it got removed, but I never got a follow-up. To this day, I wonder how many people stayed there before me, how many never realized they were being watched, and worst of all, how many more places like this are out there. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me, "Me and Oma are going monster hunting." I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, "There's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside." I tell him, the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, "No, it sounds like Opa." Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. "Yes," he replies. "She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend." All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house, and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home, and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, "Did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears." Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol CHP car out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Mediflight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, we brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. "We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio, "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. We regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass. All different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here, from having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her second-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air. In the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers, and it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. Years ago, I worked as an orderly in a small hospital on the night shift. Most nights were uneventful, just a routine of answering call lights and cleaning up messes. But there was one room, the kind you never forget. The call light for that room had a mind of its own. It would go off at random, even when the room was empty. When there were patients in there, they'd insist they hadn't touched it. No one could ever explain it, and after a while, it became a strange little mystery. The older nurses had their own explanations. They'd say that it was Mary, a former patient, an elderly woman who had spent months in that room before she passed away. "She's just asking for help," they'd whisper, half serious, half joking. It turned into a running joke. Any odd sound, flickering light, or unexpected call in that room, it's just Mary looking for attention. We all laughed, but late at night, when the hospital was quiet, I'd catch a certain unease in the nurses' voices. I didn't think much of it at the time. The years passed, life moved on, and I left that job behind me. Now, 35 years later, I find myself back in the same hospital. This time it's just a retirement gig, something to keep me busy. The place has changed a lot, but there's still something familiar in the way that it feels after dark. Mary's old room is gone now. It's been converted into a surgical area, bright, sterile, and modern. Nothing about it looks like the room I remember, and yet, sometimes when I pass by that wing late at night, with all the lights off, I feel it again. It's always just out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, a figure, standing there in the PACU, still and quiet, as if waiting. I tell myself that it's just an optical illusion, something about the way the light falls, or my aging eyesight playing tricks on me. But it never fails to send a chill down my spine. A few weeks ago, I mentioned the story to an old friend who's worked here all these years. I told her about Mary, about the call light, about the strange shadows I sometimes see now. She laughed at first, but the next time I saw her, she swatted me on the arm. "You had to go and tell me that story," she said, shaking her head. "Now I'm seeing her too." She was half joking, but her face told a different story. She looked uneasy, her eyes darting towards the hallway where Mary's room once stood. I still pass by the area every now and then. I still see the shadow, just for a second, always in the corner of my vision. I remind myself that it's nothing, just a trick of the mind. But sometimes, I wonder if Mary ever really left. Maybe she's still there, waiting for help, for attention, or maybe just for someone to notice her. When I first started learning to drive, I was working for my dad. One afternoon after work, he asked if I wanted to drive us home. I said sure. It was my first time getting on the highway behind the wheel, and I remember being nervous but excited. Somewhere along the stretch between exits, I glanced into the rear view and I saw a guy on a sports bike. He was coming up fast behind us. I figured he'd pass us in the next lane, so I looked forward again, kept both hands on the wheel. And then I heard it. That awful sound of metal scraping asphalt. I looked around and back in the mirror. The bike was spinning down the highway on its side, sparks flying. Behind it, the rider was skidding on his back, limbs flailing like a flipped-over bug. I watched, frozen, as he disappeared under the tires of the car behind him. I slammed on the brakes and swerved off to the shoulder, yelling for my dad. We called 911. The cars around us were stopped, some people already rushing to the scene. I stayed in the truck, shaking. That was the first real trauma I ever witnessed. But here's the part I've never been able to explain. When I looked back one more time, just a few seconds after it had happened, I saw him, standing, a little ways ahead of where the bike had landed, just standing on the side of the road, helmet still on, motionless. I blinked, wiped my eyes, but he was gone. Later, we heard that the rider did not survive, dead on impact. I didn't say anything to anyone for years because I wasn't sure what I saw, but I still think about it. How could he have been standing there, whole, just seconds after I watched his body disappear under a car? Maybe I saw wrong. Maybe it was someone else. Or maybe for a moment, what was left of him got to stand up one last time. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown, all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building, and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m., whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing, or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. Many years ago, my mom was working as a mental health nurse at an institution. She had a patient that was usually very lovely, and so one-to-one care was fine. One day, my mom took the patient for a bath. The phone rang on the ward. It was my gran. The nurse answered the phone and spoke to my gran, who told her that she had to talk to my mom. Now, when the ward nurse asked why, she said, "I don't know why I need to talk to her, but I really need to talk to her. Please go and get her." After a while of back and forth, the nurse gave in and went to get my mom to talk to my gran. When she entered the washroom, she saw the patient holding my mom's head under the water. It took 3 members of staff to get this woman off my mom. If my gran hadn't gotten the weird feeling that she had to speak to my mom immediately, my mom probably would have died. So, trust your gut. "20 weeks into my second pregnancy, and I had intense premonitions that I would die during the delivery of our son. It wasn't the normal pregnancy fears. I'd given birth a couple of years before to a healthy baby girl. This was different. My intuition kept telling me that I would need a hysterectomy. My organs were going to combine, and I would need a blood transfusion. Several. I kept seeing my funeral, me delivering a healthy baby boy. Yes, I told everyone, and yes, everyone thought I was crazy. In my doctor's and my husband's defenses, all of my tests were negative, all of them. So when I gave birth to a happy and healthy boy, no one expected anything was going to happen, except for me. And in 3 seconds after delivering our son, I was dead. Everyone was in shock, except for me. Of course, I was dead now, so telling everyone, "I told you so," really wasn't at the top of my list. I was resuscitated 37 seconds later and put into a medically induced coma, where everything I had visions of came true. The intuition was something I could not ignore. I ended up surviving a very rare amniotic fluid embolism, a 1 in 40,000 risk, where most women will not survive a full-blown AFE. There are 2 reasons I'm alive today. One is during a consultation with an anesthesiologist. She felt unnerved by hearing me talk about my premonitions. Based on nothing else but our conversation, she flagged my file and incorporated extra blood and a crash cart during the delivery. And the second reason, I sensed something and I said something, over and over again, even when everyone thought I was crazy. I didn't care. Call me crazy any day, but call it to me as I'm above ground, because in the unlikely event you have a strong premonition or intuition that tells you you're going to die, you'd rather have them call you crazy than shake their head in sorrow because they didn't believe you. Speak up. It could save your life. It saved mine. It was late, probably too late to be out. I was headed home from work after a long shift, tired and ready to collapse into bed. The bus stop was a few blocks away, but something felt different that night. The streets were unusually quiet, and the air, it was an unsettling stillness. It sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I chalked it up to a cool breeze. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the sidewalk was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just a chill in the air. As I approached the intersection, I spotted the familiar shortcut that I always took to the bus stop. A narrow alley, quicker and more direct. I'd walked through it countless times, but tonight, my feet stopped. I don't know why, but every instinct in me screamed, "Don't go in." I hesitated, standing on the sidewalk, staring into the dark, empty alley. It was silly, I told myself, just nerves. But the feeling grew stronger. I felt this weight pressing on me, a sense of dread creeping in. My heart was racing, and my gut twisted painfully. I turned away. Instead, I took the long way, sticking to the main road where the streetlights flickered dimly overhead. The entire walk home, I couldn't shake this tension in my chest, as if I'd narrowly avoided something terrible. The next morning, I woke to the news. A woman had been attacked in that very alleyway. Around the same time, I would have been walking through it. They found her unconscious, but alive, barely. I was all too aware how easily that could have been me. I still get chills when I think about how close I came and how for some reason I listened to that voice in my head that told me to turn around. I'll never ignore my gut again. For about 15 years, we lived in rural Claremont on a 15-acre parcel that had East Duffins Creek running through it. This is in Ontario, Canada, just outside of Toronto. It was moral season, so I jumped on my ATV, headed over to the north side of my property, where I found morals in previous years. I hopped off and went for a hike down to the creek and up through some native apple trees. I had to part some cedar branches to get back to my ATV about 25 feet away. When I climbed on the ATV, a full-grown eastern cougar came out of the cedars in the same place I had just walked. Clearly, he had followed me. I was afraid to start the machine, as this would have required me moving one arm and both feet, and I was worried that the movement might trigger him to come after me. We stared at each other for a moment, and then I jumped in the air, yelled boo as loud as possible, and, fortunately, the big cat turned and ran. I went home and called the Ministry of Natural Resources to report the sighting, and they weren't surprised. They said that these eastern cougars are about 150 pounds, follow river corridors, have a hunting area of about 90 square miles, and take a deer a week. 2 months later, my daughter-in-law captured a photo south of Barrie, about 50 kilometers away. It was exciting, but scary. You can see it, just watching. My Aunt Libby hates Dolly Parton. Now, where we're from, an opinion like that is considered blasphemous on all accounts, so a few nights back, when 9 to 5 started playing on the Spotify, and she told me to change the song, I may have spoken out of turn when I looked at her and said, "You must be out of your fucking mind, Auntie." I don't know what came over me, but only a raging lunatic would have suggested changing the song. She said, "What?" And I doubled down, pulling into question her Tennessee heritage. I deserved to have a beer tossed my way. Hell, I expected the blue aluminum can to be thrown. What I didn't account for was Libby's throwing abilities and how full the beer would be. Both maxed out in their own respects. There's still a bruise above my right eye where she got me. I said, "Damn, Auntie," and then started telling her about all of the charitable work Dolly does for all of Tennessee, around the world, too. Auntie told me it wasn't about who she was as a person. It's her music she can't listen to, and it has nothing to do with the actual music itself. I said that don't make no sense at all, and that's when Auntie Libby told me to shut the hell up and she'd explain. She starts by telling me, "If you laugh, I'm gonna beat your ass." She actually said that, so I wasn't prepared for the story she actually went into, and I don't know what part she thought I would laugh at, but I promise there was no humor to be found in her story, and I wound up feeling pretty terrible for bringing up such a sore subject. Auntie grew up near Memphis in a little duplex with her mom and dad and her brother, my future dad. They shared the residence with another family who also had a little girl around Libby's age. At the time, they would play together on the front deck both houses shared. They were Unit A, and Libby's was Unit B. The girl's name was JoJo, and one summer afternoon, the girls were playing dolls on the front deck over by JoJo's front door. With the way the sun came around, Unit A spent most of the time in the shade. Next, Libby says they both watched a young man come running around the corner of their street. As he was jetting past the duplex, he looks over and notices the girls. Slowing his pace down to a jog, he throws a white brick in their direction. Both of the girls duck out of the way, and it bounces into JoJo's front door. The man screams, "Hide it!" as he disappears in between another set of houses. Seconds later, more galloping sets of feet come rounding the corner. 2 police officers were in hot pursuit behind the man. They pay the girls no attention as they ran by. Only when they're out of sight do the girls turn around to inspect what had gotten chucked at them. Libby picked it up. They both inspected every angle of it, but neither of them could figure out what it was. It was shaped like a brick, but not made of concrete. It looked like something white had been tightly packed in plastic, compacted into a dense rectangular package. The guy that threw it sure acted like it was important to him. Jojo's dad was on probation, and if the cops came back, she didn't want them coming to her door. She was terrified of the police. They beat her dad pretty good in front of the family last time he was arrested. Beat him right on the spot where they were playing just 2 years prior. Her mom had a restraining order against him, but after he got out, the Lovebirds had resolved things and gotten back together. Jojo told Libby to take the brick over to her unit to hide it somewhere there. Libby didn't argue because she'd also seen Jojo's daddy get his ass whooped that day. She could also recognize Jojo probably had bigger feelings about how everything transpired. Libby's daddy was standing right next to her watching the cops take turns using their boots and billy clubs on Jojo's dad. They were yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." It was Libby's dad who was brave enough to crack the door open a bit and say something like, "All right, gentlemen, let's wrap it up over there." Needless to say, nobody wanted to relive that day. Not Libby, not Jojo, and surely not her poor daddy. So Libby had the bright idea to stash the brick in a cupboard under the sink, behind the chemical sprays and extra sponges. She returned to the shady side of the porch, triumphant in her goal to fulfill the stranger's request, and both girls would return to their imaginary fantasy land with their dolls. The next day, Libby would get up and go to school like any typical day, but when she got home, she opened her front door, and the first person she saw was her brother, Laney. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible boulder while up against the wall. He had both of his arms frozen in an L position. His head was ducking down, and suddenly she heard the swish of a leather belt cutting through the air and landing square on Laney's shoulder with a loud smack. He's screaming, confused as hell why he's getting the belt right now. Walking into the house and setting down her backpack, Libby stands there trying to figure out what's going on. Their mom's also in the living room, and she's equally as fumed as their dad. She's yelling at Laney, asking if he's some gorilla pimp drug dealer. Libby asks what he did, and their mother tells her that her big brother thinks he's a hustler. She went under the sink looking for a cleaning sponge, and can you guess what she found? Libby had a good idea, but she let her mom say it, because she really didn't know what exactly that brick was made out of until her mom said it. Then she flushed it to hell. It was only when their dad had tired himself out that he had stopped to listen to Libby explain the full story of how the brick came to be. Everyone went to bed feeling weird that night. Libby says another week would go by and nobody would mention it again. The whole thing was practically forgotten by the family until that fateful night. Libby's family was watching Alf on TV, and their dad had to keep turning up the volume to compete with the neighbors' music shaking the wall they shared. For some reason, they were playing Dolly Parton vinyls on full blast and dancing around like barnyard animals. It was all interrupted when a pair of headlights panned across their windows. A car was turning to park outside of the duplex. They didn't have a driveway, and so the car parked in front of their dad's work truck. Laney was trained to peek outside the blinds to make sure nobody was stealing tools from the truck. These men pulling up weren't interested in the truck. They killed the engine, and 3 men exited the vehicle, and they wasted no time walking straight to the duplex. Laney relays what he's seeing, and their dad turns down Alf when they heard the neighbor's door get a few loud knocks. Libby and everyone in Unit B sit quietly, trying to hear what's going on. Dolly Parton's still playing on max volume, but they could hear men shouting and things breaking over the music. There was screaming. Jojo's mom was the loudest, but they were all in hysterics. Libby's dad called the cops, and while on the phone with the operator, a series of gunshots ring out over the noise. A bullet goes through the wall, and embeds itself inches above Laney's head. The screaming was replaced by footsteps and slamming doors as the men exited the unit and ran back to the car. What was left was only a Dolly Parton song to fill the deathly silence. A few minutes later, the police arrived, but the shooters were long gone by then, and JoJo's family were all deceased. They interviewed the adults in Libby's unit. They described what they'd seen and heard, the best that they could, but she doesn't remember ever hearing anyone getting charged for it. The police suggested that Libby's family get a motel for the night while they worked through the crime scene. The next day, they thought the property would have been cleaned up in some way by the cops, but besides the caution tape and various warnings stapled to the door of Unit A, it remained pretty much untouched after that night. The landlord never got around to cleaning it up. That side of the duplex stayed boarded up indefinitely. Libby told me that the worst part of it all would be when the family continued to hear noises coming from their neighbor's vacant unit. The parents couldn't explain it. Their dad would reluctantly walk across the deck to check if anyone had broken into the other unit because some of the sounds they'd hear were clearly recognizable as humans laughing and talking. Libby said she'd often hear JoJo's voice talking, and she always thought that she was trying to talk to her. Libby would put her ear against the wall to listen, but the voices would always stop, like they knew someone was eavesdropping. Their family had to live like that for a whole year until their lease was up. And honestly, I can't imagine that. I also can't understand why my dad never thought to tell me this story. This didn't happen to me, but to my grandfather, who worked as a night security guard at an old decommissioned factory just outside of Philly in the early 80s. The story is specifically about the night before Thanksgiving. He was doing his rounds on the 3rd floor, which was mostly storage. The place was always cold, but this night was different, he says. He said the air was so heavy in places, it felt like standing at the bottom of a pool. Around 2 a.m., down at the end of a long, dark aisle of machinery, he saw a woman. She was wearing a thin, pale blue dress, and her hair was long and black. She was rocking back and forth, very slowly, just swaying. Now, my grandfather was an ex-Marine. He yells, "Hey, who's that? You show me your badge." She stops rocking, and very, very slowly, she turns her head. He said her face wasn't quite a face. It was blurred, like looking at someone through warped plastic. But the worst part was her mouth. He said that it stretched impossibly wide, that it was a scream without the noise. And he could see that her jaw was disjointed, hanging too low. Her eyes, they weren't looking at him. They weren't really looking at all. He was petrified. Claims he didn't move, just stood there as she slowly raised one hand and pointed a thin, skeletal-like finger over his shoulder. Then the figure just folded into itself, like a piece of paper being crumpled up, and vanished. He ran. He finished his shift, shaken, but the thing never appeared again, and he eventually wrote it off as sleep deprivation or a hallucination caused by the extreme cold and a great imagination. He kept that job for another 5 years. Jump forward 15 years after that, my grandfather was retired. He was having coffee with an old foreman from the factory who was giving him a tour of the place, which was finally being demolished. My grandfather mentioned, offhand, how cold the 3rd floor always felt, and told the story of the blue dress and the woman who pointed behind him. Being older now, he didn't care what people thought. The old foreman turned white. He put his mug down and said, "You saw her. That was Agnes." The foreman explained that in 1947, A young woman named Agnes, who always wore a pale blue dress, was killed in a machinery accident on that exact floor, right around Thanksgiving. She wasn't found immediately because her body had been sucked in and hidden behind a large loom. My grandfather's vision decades later was a snapshot of her last moment, her eyes fixed on the thing that killed her, and her finger pointed directly at the spot where her body had ended up. He'd never researched it before that. He didn't think he needed to. He thought he was the crazy one. He carried a ghost story for 15 years, and then someone handed him the death certificate. Pretty wild. I imagine someday I will publish my stories into a proper book, but I would enjoy sharing some of them here in the meantime. I'll preface this by stating that I am, clinically, a man of science. I deal in diagnostics and verifiable data. If I can't measure it, test it, or physically observe it under controlled conditions, it probably doesn't exist. Or at least that's what my absolute belief would be until the winter of 2018. I was covering the late night shift in our critical care unit, or CCU. The quiet hours, the time when all the chaos of the ER funnels up to us for stabilization. Our CCU is state-of-the-art, bright, meticulously organized. It is the last place you'd expect to find anything remotely medieval. The trouble started subtly around 3 a.m. We had been wrestling with a particular patient, Mr. Hayes will say. A cantankerous man who'd been with us for 6 weeks battling a respiratory infection. He was difficult, demanded constant attention, and unfortunately passed away peacefully that evening, around 10:30 p.m. His body had been transported out hours ago, and his room, CCU Bay 7, was locked and waiting for cleaning. The first oddity I was clued into was the IV pump incident. Around 3:15 a.m., the primary IV pump on an empty bed, Bay 6, right next to Mr. Hayes' empty room, began screaming a high-pitched priority alarm. I strode over, assuming a power surge. The pump was running flawlessly, yet the alarm screen clearly read, occlusion, no flow. I checked the line, checked the settings. It was running saline into a trash can. I reset it. A minute later, it alarmed again. I unplugged it and tagged it for maintenance. 10 minutes later, it happened again, with a different pump across the hall. Then another. It became a bizarre game of whack-a-mole. Every time I reset one machine, another would instantly go into a high-pitch alarm mode, reporting impossible errors like air in line when the tubing was sealed, or low battery when plugged into the wall. It was frustrating, but manageable, until it escalated. And there was a nurse, Maria. She was in the main station charting when she let out a sharp, choked gasp. I looked at her. Her eyes were wide and fixed on the counter in front of her. "Dr. Finch, did you just touch that clipboard?" She whispered. She'd been working on a patient chart, a heavy metal-backed clipboard. It was resting securely on the counter's edge, near her elbow. As we both watched, it didn't slide. It lifted slightly. It hovered for maybe a second and a half and then dropped straight down, perfectly perpendicular, sliding under the countertop into the knee wall. It was the movement of someone gently but deliberately placing it out of the way. Maria and I looked at each other. Neither of us said ghost. We just said, "Did you see that?" I was already chalking it up to sleep deprivation and suggestion when the final undeniable event occurred. Around 4:45, I was heading down the hall with a tech named Jim to check out a lab draw. We passed the locked, darkened CCU Bay 7, Mr. Hayes' room. As we walked by, my peripheral vision caught movement and I stopped dead. "Did you see that?" I asked Jim. Jim, a tough ex-military guy, looked instantly unnerved. But before he could answer, there was a sound, like a crash cart. We both listened. From inside the locked Bay 7, where the linens had been stripped and the bed was waiting to be cleaned, came the distinct, horrifying sound of the metal bed rails being violently slammed up and down, clanging against the headboard. Jim took out his master key, his hand visibly shaking. He gripped my arm, telling me to wait. I told him maybe he shouldn't go. I don't know why, but something felt profoundly wrong. We both just stared through the thick window of the door. The room was dark, but the emergency nightlight provided enough ambient glow. There he was, a distinct opaque shadow of a man, thin, hunched over and clearly sitting upright in the middle of the empty, stripped bed. He wasn't fully formed, more like a three-dimensional heat distortion made of darkness, but the posture, the silhouette, it was undeniably Mr. Hayes. We stood there for 10 seconds, watching the shape rock silently back and forth, and then without warning, the figure seemed to lean forward and vanish. Not slowly or fading, it was like a light switch had been thrown. The rattling stopped instantly, and the silence was deafening. Jim and I looked at each other, and without exchanging a single word, we knew what we had seen. I checked the room minutes later. Empty, locked, no sign of entry. The bed rails were up and perfectly still. I never spoke of this to administration, obviously. Jim and I have an unspoken understanding. I still practice medicine and still deal in facts. But I know that sometimes a patient just isn't ready to discharge. I was 18 in 1978, working the closing shift at the Willow Creek Library. Willow Creek was a town where the most scandalous event of the decade was the installation of a new, slightly more brutalist fountain in the town square. It was, in short, profoundly safe. That safety, I now realize, was its most dangerous trap. My duties were simple: ensure all returns were logged, straighten the periodicals, and secure the building by precisely 9 p.m. I cherished those final solitary hours. The library, normally a space of muted coughs and rustling paper, would become a cathedral of quiet, echoing with the sound of my own footsteps on the polished floors. It was a Thursday in October, and I was in the biography stacks, my card piled high with the day's discards. I glanced at my watch, and it was 8:47 p.m. I always locked the main doors at 8:45 p.m. sharp, allowing me 15 minutes to finish my final circuit and exit. I heard the sound of the main door lock rattling, a brief, muffled, metallic sound. I froze in place. I never remembered to double-check that lock. It was old and stiff, but I'd been certain I'd locked it tonight. "Hello?" A man's voice called, the acoustics of the high ceilings making the words sound strangely resonant. "Is anyone still here? I saw the light on." My chest tightened. I moved quietly to the end of the aisle, standing near the circulation desk. Just inside the heavy oak doors, there was a man. He was impeccably dressed in a beige trench coat, a tie, holding a large black umbrella, though he appeared perfectly dry. He looked about 50, with graying hair, neatly combed, and a face that was disturbingly unforgettable. "We close at 8:45, sir," I said, my voice perhaps a shade too firm. "You'll have to come back tomorrow." He smiled, a wide, overly polite grimace that reached his eyes. "Oh, my deepest apologies. I lost track of time. A most fascinating book." He gestured vaguely toward the nonfiction section. He took a slow, deliberate step away from the door. I just needed to ask a question of the librarian, if you don't mind. I hated this. It was late. I was alone, and he was clearly past the point of being a valid patron. But I couldn't simply throw him out. That was the difficulty of working in a public service. You were beholden to decorum. I'm afraid I'm just preparing to set the alarm, I said, moving quickly toward the circulation desk, my only barrier. He started walking again, slowly but steadily, angling away from the main door and toward the narrow corridor that led to the staff offices and the basement. It concerns a rather rare text, he continued, completely ignoring my statement. Something in the archives, perhaps. I noticed two things then that chilled me to my core. First, the way he was walking was not exploratory. It was strategic. He was moving to cut off my escape route to the public street and subtly maneuvering me deeper into the less trafficked stacks. Second, he wasn't carrying a book. His hands were empty, save the umbrella, which he held like a slender cane. Sir, the archives are closed to the public, I stated, trying to sound authoritative. I stopped my approach to the circulation desk and retreated deeper into the main floor, feigning a need to check the map index. He stopped too, just past the doorway to the children's section. The light there was always dim, casting deep, confusing shadows. But you can check it out, can't you, dear? He asked, his voice dropping an octave. The polite veneer was cracking, revealing something cold and possessive underneath. No one else is here tonight, just the two of us. I just need to check something out with you personally. The shift from ma'am to dear, the implication of exclusivity, and the way he held my gaze, it was like a switch had been flipped. This wasn't a patron seeking a book. He was a predator who had deliberately isolated his prey. I knew with sudden, terrifying clarity that if he reached the main doors before I did, he would lock them, and I would be trapped. I couldn't run past him. I remembered something that old Mr. Daly, the janitor, had told me months ago about the building's quirky layout. Tucked behind the deepest stack of reference books, the dusty, unused volumes that no one ever touched, was a small, unmarked utility door. It led to the cramped, dark stairwell that descended into the boiler room. It was only ever used by maintenance, but it had a functioning internal hatch. Without breaking eye contact, I said, "Sure, you can go, but I'll be right back with the form, sir." It was a ridiculous lie, but it bought me some time. I turned and walked calmly down the 9th aisle, the path of least resistance, my pace excruciatingly slow, and I could hear his footsteps behind me, not hurrying, but following. He was confident. When I reached the end of the aisle, I didn't turn right toward the main desk. I spun left, dove behind the last bookcase, and frantically fumbled for the utility door. I found the latch, I pulled it open, slid inside the blackness of the stairwell, and slammed the heavy door shut, while cranking it from the inside. The old lock clunked into place. I pressed my back against the splintered wood, barely breathing. I heard him reach the end of the aisle. Not a crash, not a panic, just a slow, soft footfall. He paused. Then he rapped sharply on the other side of the door, right next to my ear. "I know you're in there," he whispered. His voice was dangerously soft and calm. "I know where the phones are, dear." That was my next move. I had to get to the staff phone in the main office, but that meant going back out. I crept down the basement stairs, feeling my way through the dusty dark until I reached the boiler room. It smelled of coal and rust, but in the corner, I found the blessed ancient payphone the janitors used. I fed it a dime, the only coin I had, and frantically dialed the operator. Then the police. I stayed locked in that tiny metal-encased room, clutching the receiver for what felt like forever. When the police finally arrived, they found the library dark, empty, and the main doors securely locked from the outside. He was gone. I never went back to the library. The police could never identify the man. But he'd been casing the place, likely stalking me. The fact that he was confident enough to leave me locked in there, calmly walk away, when he knew that help was coming, it confirmed that he would probably try again. I escaped, not a patron, but a hunter. And the quiet library was his meticulously chosen hunting ground, which surely spoiled it for me. My wife and I bought a fixer-upper farmhouse a few years ago. It's old, drafty, and definitely has that classic something happened here vibe. What happened, we don't know. But things only got properly creepy last Thanksgiving. We had the whole family over for dinner, 15 people crammed into our tiny dining room. We covered the table with food, and everyone sat down. As soon as they did, the lights went out. Not a whole house blackout or anything, but just the dining room chandelier. No big deal, right? Old wiring for sure. My brother-in-law, an electrician, goes to flip the breaker in the basement. He comes back up and says that the breaker wasn't tripped. He checked the bulb too. It was fine. He leaves the basement door open and we decide to eat by candlelight since the mashed potatoes were getting cold. As we were saying grace, we hear this noise from the basement. It's like a muffled scraping, like someone dragging a heavy tool across the concrete floor, back and forth slowly. My dad tries to joke. Sounds like the ghost is clearing out the cobwebs. But the sound was too heavy to be funny. Then the basement door, which was propped open with a chair, slammed shut, hard. The entire house actually shook. My uncle, a Vietnam vet who doesn't spook easily, jumped up and grabbed his flashlight. He slowly opened the door. The scraping stopped when he did. He shone the light down the steps, and the only thing he saw was the chair, laying on its side, maybe 3 feet away from the doorway, like it had been kicked. The worst part, when he shone the light on the concrete floor just beyond the bottom step, there was a single, long drag mark in the dust, leading straight from the center of the room to the base of the stairs. It looked like something heavy had just been yanked back into the dark. My brother-in-law confirms it wasn't there when he went down. We basically finished dinner in absolute silence and partial darkness. The next morning, I found the dining room light switch had been yanked clean out of the wall, hanging by the wires. It hadn't been like that before, but it was like it was trying to explain what had happened. We hosted Christmas somewhere else. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives. Be it a victim or suspect, the police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. My partner, Chloe, and I rented a secluded cabin in the Olympic National Forest for a week in November last year. We wanted quiet, a break from the city. We got the quiet all right. The cabin was exactly as advertised, old, rustic, surrounded by massive cathedral-like Douglas firs. The moment we arrived, we were engulfed by a fog that never lifted. Not a light mist, but a thick pea soup blanket that absorbed the light and sound. You couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. On the second night, a sound woke me up. Not a loud sound, but a subtle one, like a gentle tapping on the glass window just above the headboard. I nudged Chloe, wondering if she was awake. She said. Did you hear that? She mumbled something about branches. It was possibly branches, but it seemed intentional. Tap, 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 pause. I got out of bed and walked to the window. The cabin was on a small rise. There were no trees close enough to brush up to the second-story glass. I peered out, pressing my face against the cold pane. The fog was as solid as a white wall. I got back into bed, rationalizing it as condensation or the wind. I was almost asleep when the sound started again. This time from the living room downstairs. The same rhythmic tap, but on a different piece of glass. It sounded muffled, like something heavy and soft being gently pushed against the drywall, near the fireplace. The change in sound was startling, but I crept downstairs. The living room was dark, only the embers in the fireplace glowing. The thump stopped the moment my foot hit the bottom stair. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, listening to the cabin creak and settle. No more tapping, knocking. I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked. No sign of entry. I went back up to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next day, Chloe and I went for a miserable, foggy walk. We found a small, rusted metal sign tacked low to a tree near the property line. It was so weathered you could barely read it. Property of the Olympic Sanatorium, 1934. When we got back, I pulled out my phone and used a weak signal to look it up. The Olympic Sanatorium was a small tuberculosis hospital, one that had closed in the 1950s. The site was now overgrown and the buildings torn down. The small print I found mentioned that the staff would often isolate the dying patients, putting them in small temporary outbuildings near the main hospital. This was used to prevent the spread of disease. They sometimes used a simple rhythmic tap on the walls to communicate with the nurses through the isolation. I wrestled with if Chloe would want to know something like this or not. We were staying one more night. I chose not to say anything. That night, I heard the thumping again, downstairs. But this time it was accompanied by something else, a long, drawn-out scrape that sounded like fingernails dragging through plaster. The sound moved from the living room, across the kitchen, and finally ended right outside our bedroom door. It was traveling in a way that no human or animal could. Soon I was watching the doorknob slowly, agonizingly begin to turn. The brass knob creaked with the effort. Chloe was awake this time. She and I were huddled under the covers, completely silent. We both saw and heard it. The doorknob turning, stopping halfway, turning back. He repeated this motion 3 times at least. Finally, a faint, almost inaudible thump came from the floor right outside the door. The doorknob stopped moving. The cabin went silent. We left at 4 a.m., not bothering to pack. We just drove out of the fog until we saw sunlight again. We didn't talk about the sanatorium or the thumping until we were hundreds of miles away, and I finally told her. We both agreed that, whatever it was, we didn't really want any part of it. And the permanent fog, it really didn't help the situation. I turned 30 in October. My husband surprised me with a weekend getaway to Salem, Massachusetts. Cliché if you're into the stuff I'm into, but I just love the history. We stayed in an Airbnb right off the common. It was a beautiful, huge old house divided into flats. The first 2 nights flew by. We were having so much fun. On my actual birthday, a Sunday, we went out for a nice dinner. When we got back around 9 p.m., I went into the bathroom. The bathroom was small, only had one tiny window, cranked open just a few inches for ventilation. As I was washing my face, I heard a very clear, wet, sniffling sound coming from the open window. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't an animal. It sounded like someone was right outside the window, pressed against the screen, taking a deep breath. It was a normal sound, but it was awful in the context. I froze and slowly stood up, trying to keep the blood rushing in my ears quiet. I didn't move for maybe 30 seconds. Then I heard it again, this time accompanied by the faint, dry whisper of a name. Mary. My name is Esther, so whatever it was, wasn't talking to me, but it was talking. I bolted out of the bathroom and locked the door, screaming for my husband. He rushed in, checked the window, too high for anyone to stand on the ground. And then he checked the small closet. Nothing. He did the same to the outside property and found no one. I didn't really believe it was a person, though. I figured I would have seen them, because I could hear them so clearly. But the next morning, as he was making coffee, I noticed a very faint, almost charcoal-colored mark on the bathroom window screen, right where someone's nose or forehead would be. Happy birthday to me. The Vortex Highway, just a stretch of Route 33 near the southern edge of Oregon that's infamous for strange occurrences. Compasses spinning, birds flying in circles, electronics shorting out. I'd heard about it over the years being from near the area, even read a few online threads full of wild stories. But it wasn't until last year, when I took the route for myself, that I understood why people stayed away. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent most of my life behind the wheel, driving cross-country for work. Nothing scares me on the road, not thunderstorms or blizzards, not even the loneliness that comes with hours of driving through empty, isolated highways. But what happened to me on Route 33, I still can't explain. I was headed from Portland to a small town in Northern California for a work gig. It was a clear afternoon, a little overcast in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. My GPS directed me toward Route 33, a shortcut through some pretty rural areas. I remembered the stories about the vortex, shrugged them off, obviously. People love a good campfire tale. The moment I hit the stretch of road, though, things started to feel off. The trees that lined the road, they seemed too tall, too close together, as if they were leaning in, crowding the asphalt. My radio signal cut out, leaving me with only static. And that's common in remote areas, so no big deal, right? But then I noticed the sky, the overcast clouds. They'd thickened into a strange swirling pattern directly above me, almost like they were moving in slow, tight circles. I remember glancing at my clock, 2:15 p.m. I had a lot of hours before sundown, a lot of driving. And that's when I started to feel wrong. The best way I can describe it is like a heaviness, a pressure building in the air. My chest felt tight, my head buzzed, as if I were sitting under high-voltage power lines. I chalked it up to being tired. I kept driving. Maybe it was a storm, but there was no rain, nothing, just the noise and the clouds. A few minutes later, something even stranger happened. I saw the same mile marker, the one that I had passed 10 minutes ago. I was sure of it. Mile marker 204. A sign for an old, run-down gas station up ahead that I'd already seen and decided to skip. I frowned, thinking I must have missed a turn somehow. I checked my GPS, but the screen was frozen. The little blue dot showing my location was stuck in place, like I wasn't moving at all. I pulled over, trying to get my bearings, feeling a little bit uneasy, thinking maybe I am superstitious. My phone had no service, which was kind of weird, but again, I thought it was just the area. I reset the GPS, turned the car back on, and kept going. And that's when it happened. I blinked. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment, I'm driving past a cluster of trees. The next, the road was completely different. The trees were gone. The sky, which had been an odd, swirling gray, was now a deep, dark purple. I slammed on my brakes. My heart was sort of hammering in my chest, and I was wondering what the hell just happened. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 7:43 p.m. 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. I sat there, staring at the time, trying to just make sense of it. There was no way I'd been driving for 5 hours. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't dozed off. It was just gone. Missing time. My phone was dead. No GPS. The air outside of my car felt thick. It was still humming. I had to keep driving. I didn't know where I was, but I really hoped I'd figure it out. I drove, faster now, trying to outrun whatever was happening. The pressure in my head was kind of unbearable, like my skull was being squeezed. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there was something behind me, just barely visible. A tall figure, maybe, dark, standing at the edge of the road, watching me, but getting further away. I couldn't make out features in such a time. It was just a black outline. I really didn't want anything to do with this place, so I floored it, and I didn't look back again. After what felt like probably forever, I finally saw lights, and there was a town up ahead. As soon as I passed a gas station, my phone pinged to life, and the clock on my dashboard seemed to be working with reality, showing 8:10 p.m. That was about how much time had passed since I had this strange experience. At the moment I pulled into town, the pressure in the air had disappeared, and that strange buzzing was gone. The clouds, normal. But I still had no idea what happened. I checked my phone, scrolling through the hours that had disappeared. No missed calls, no messages. Like nothing had happened in those 5 hours. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I'd been somewhere else for a long time. There's not really a reason for me to take Route 33 anymore. I don't really even drive near it, but I do find myself obsessively checking the clock when I'm driving. Kind of afraid that one of these days I'll blink again, but this time I just won't come back or something. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I ask what they looked like, MJ describes someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last two as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles, like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves. His keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me is just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves. I've always been drawn to the echoes in old things. As an antiques dealer, I don't just see objects. I see the hands that have held them, the lives they've witnessed. When I bought my place, the Winslow Victorian, a sprawling, ivy-choked mess just outside of town, it was a ruin, but it felt alive. It didn't just have an atmosphere, it had a personality. Eventually, I'd go on to name that personality. I called her the Widow. The house was subtly haunted, a gentle, almost benevolent presence. It wasn't the slamming doors of the movies, it was little gestures of comfort. I'd be reading late at night, feeling a chill, and a heavy wool blanket that I'd left downstairs would suddenly be draped over my shoulders. My favorite teacup would appear, rinsed, ready. I genuinely felt like I found a kindred spirit, a lonely old house that appreciated my company, my restoration efforts, and the life that I was breathing back into its beautiful bones. Thank you, I would whisper into the silence after these events. I was never afraid. I felt protected. That sense of protection curdled into possession the day I met Charles. Charles was a historian who worked at the town library. He was kind, funny, shared my passion for the past. I invited him over to see my progress on the parlor. The moment that he stepped across the threshold, though, the temperature dropped, a palpable 10 degrees. As we were talking, a massive antiqued framed mirror, a piece of furniture that had been bolted to the wall, leaned forward, not falling or swinging, but listing out from the wall. Charles, who was standing right beneath it, instinctively ducked. When we looked up, the mirror had settled right into place. I smiled weakly, but I felt the house and its jealousy. The next time Charles called, the moment I picked up the receiver, the line was filled with awful, loud sounds. It sounded like the ocean trying to pour itself through the phone. I hung up, trembling. When I tried to call Charles back, the rushing sound was gone, replaced by a sound I couldn't place. 1,000 tiny, quick whispers, unintelligible but frantic. I noticed that I started canceling our dates, and then I stopped calling my sister. I rationalized it as getting overwhelmed by the restoration, but deep down there was a part of me that knew I was appeasing the house. It felt like possession. I was becoming the solitary inhabitant it demanded. The climax came on a rainy Thursday. I was sitting in the library working on a blueprint when I finally snapped. The isolation was too much. I need a life, you selfish wreck, I shouted. Standing up and throwing my pencil down, I was actually yelling at a ghost. The house didn't rage back. It didn't throw a lamp. It simply was. I walked to the front door, turned the knob, and it wouldn't move. I forced it. I was going to see Charles. It didn't budge. I tried the back door, the kitchen door. All were inexplicably jammed, as if the wood had swelled up instantly. Every window in the room I saw now, it was either warped shut or had a piece of sash painted over. Not recently, but hundreds of years ago, now holding fast like iron somehow. I ran to the attic because I needed light, I needed air. I pulled down the fold-out stairs and scrambled up. The attic was dark and dusty, but there were vents there. While inside, I heard a deep, wet scraping sound coming from inside the walls. A groan of stressed wood and plaster, like something massive was adjusting its weight and contracting. The air felt vicious and heavy. The house was settling in, tucking me into its foundations. I felt smothered. The attic had a tiny round porthole window, too small for me to fit through. I ran to it, though, rattling the frame. The whispering came back. This time it was closer to my right ear. It was one voice now, deep, resonant, a sound that seemed to come from the very air. Stay. I wanted to do anything but. I used an old iron poker to smash out the small window. I crawled out, scraping myself, forcing myself through. I scrambled down to the nearest porch roof, scraping my hands and knees. Everything was raw. I jumped the last 10 feet into the mud, and I never went back for anything. I remember the first place I drove was to a payphone, and I called my realtor. I told her to sell the house, that I didn't care what I got for it. I just wanted it gone. I didn't even bother telling her why, because I was still trying to decide if I was crazy. Years later, I'm settled, and I can tell you I am not crazy. I'm happy, and I'm with Charles. But every now and then, I do check the property listings out of morbid curiosity. The Winslow Victorian is on the market again. The picture shows a beautiful, restored exterior. But in one of the daytime photos of the house, there's an upstairs window. It catches the light perfectly. It's the window to the master bedroom, which I spent months scraping and painting. And through the clear pane, I see a single dusty, antique rocking chair. It wasn't mine. It wasn't there when I left, but it sits right in the middle of the room, perfectly positioned to face the door. It's odd, just like the house itself. Surely it's still demanding solitude for her new, permanent love. This happened last winter. I still have a faint scar, but it stayed for a long time. I'd been stressing, pulling all-nighters, hadn't slept properly in days. When I finally hit the pillow, I was out cold. And that's when this dream started. It wasn't a standard monster or chase nightmare. It was a suffocating, almost surgical experience. I was pinned down in a dark room, and I felt something cold and hard press against my lower back. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, but I could feel a terrifying burning heat radiating from the point of contact. In the dream, a voice, a low, gravelly, monotone one, was counting backward from 10. Each number felt like a fresh wave of searing pain. I remember struggling, tears streaming down my face in the dream, begging whatever it was to stop. When it hit 1, the voice hissed, "This one is mine." I jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I'd obviously been crying. But my lower back, it felt like it was on fire. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and twisted to look in the mirror. Just above my tailbone, a perfect circular brand, about the size of a silver dollar. It was livid red, swollen, already blistering. It wasn't an itch or a rash. It was a genuine third-degree burn. I live alone. I checked the sheets, the bed frame, everything. No hot water bottle or electric blanket. No stray iron. Nothing that could have caused that kind of contact burn while I was asleep, nonetheless. A week later, I went to the doctor. They treated it like a severe, unexplained thermal burn, asked me a lot of questions about what had happened, and they just looked skeptical when I said I didn't know. It's been over a year, and I truly don't think I've slept soundly since. I believe something entered my head and stole my peace. It left a physical signature to prove that it was real. Every time I see it, faint or not, I know that nightmares weren't just in my mind. It was an active attack. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something, just for a split second. My hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, did you see that?" I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that?" They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. My earliest odd experience that I consider paranormal was from my childhood home. I must have been between 3 or 6. It was something that I had never really questioned at the time. My dad would often pet my back to help me fall asleep, his big warm hand resting on my upper back. It was comforting, familiar. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same feeling, his hand on my back, warm at first, moving slowly. I was groggy, half asleep, but something felt off. The pressure was a little too firm, not quite right. I tried to shake it off, not really wanting to be petted, just wanting to go back to sleep. And that's when the hand changed. The soft, steady touch, it turned frantic, grappling, poking, pressing too hard. It felt angry. My body went stiff. My breath was in my throat, and suddenly I was wide awake. My mind was scrambling for an explanation as I sat up in bed, expecting to see my dad standing there. But there was no one. Without a second thought, I climbed out of bed, ran straight to my parents' room, and squeezed them for the rest of the night. A lot of odd things happened in that house, to all of us, my parents, my siblings. Over the years, it became something that we just lived with. Eventually, I moved into my parents' old bedroom after they renovated and expanded it, merging it with my childhood room. But even then, that space never felt right. I remember one night as a teenager, home alone, lying awake while things kept happening. Small noises, shifting shadows, that creeping sense of being watched. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up in the dark, stood at the threshold of my parents' old bedroom, and just yelled into the emptiness. I told whatever it was to cut this shit out, to let me sleep in peace, to leave me the hell alone. And you know what? It did. The air in the house felt different, lighter, quieter even. Maybe I just got older and stopped noticing things, but I made peace with whatever it was. But from that night on, I wasn't really afraid of the house anymore. Now I get it. Brains are weird, memories are fickle, especially childhood ones. And at 42, I know that every time we access a memory, we change it a little. But I also know what I felt, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. I was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed. easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community, found dead in the same horrific state, wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. one person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security and overall watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, soon enough he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushes stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, he called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom. Number one. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were lighthearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-lighthearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit, one that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police, all while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then-boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, and now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White, or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. So the stairs to my attic had smelled like burnt hair for 3 days. Extremely odd because it was just that area, and I have a very old, drafty house. On day 4, I came home from work just before midnight, and as soon as I walked through the door, I felt like I had someone standing over my shoulder, breathing down my neck. The feeling was so strong, I opened the medicine cabinet so the mirror was against the wall. I also showered with the shower curtain open because I had a powerful need to see the room. After a shower, I was a little less on edge until I walked past my 4-year-old daughter's room. The door was closed, but I heard her talking in her sleep. Then I heard a loud crash. I slowly opened the door to find her sleeping on top of the covers, and the pile of stuffed animals she insisted on sleeping with scattered across the room. I turned the lights on low, looked around the room, and checked her breathing. All seemed well, so I went to bed. The next morning, I asked her if she had a bad dream. She said, "Yeah, there was a man, no arms, and sauce on his face. He kept laughing at me. I told him to go away, but he wouldn't. Then an arm came out of the wall, threw me into the ceiling, and I crashed back down onto my bed and went back to sleep." Sauce on his face? Yeah, red like spaghetti, I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. My dad worked in a hospice wing for almost 20 years and just retired earlier this spring. Back in the early 2000s, he worked with one of those broody, keeps-to-themselves types, a guy named Carlos. Carlos wasn't the friendliest person, but he arrived on time, and his patients never complained, so they just accepted that social skills weren't his forte. One day they received a new patient, Carlos' grandfather, but obviously Carlos wanted to care for him. The old man suffered from Alzheimer's and would often forget where he was or mistake Carlos for his older brother. My dad said that it was really hard to watch. Everyone felt sorry for them, and it was obviously affecting Carlos. Hell, who could blame him? I can only imagine what it's like to watch a grandparent or loved one slip away like that. Except it wasn't hurting Carlos in the way everyone thought it was. About 6 weeks later, his grandfather coded right after Carlos's shift ended. They were calling him before he made it to the parking lot. The doctors did everything they could, but the old man passed away. The problem was how he died. The doctor deemed the circumstances strange enough to warrant a toxicology report. They discovered enough sedatives to kill a horse. The security footage showed Carlos as the last one to enter his room, and when questioned by police, he confessed he'd been stockpiling medication for the entire 6 weeks, assuming no one would suspect foul play on the death of an Alzheimer's patient. When asked why he would want to kill his own grandfather, Carlos said the man had raised him and his older brother since they were 4 and 10. Unfortunately, he had abused them in horrible ways. He was the reason that Carlos's older brother had committed suicide at the age of 23. When Carlos turned 18, he moved out, never spoke to the old man again until he happened to show up in the hospice wing. His first instinct was to explain the situation and keep his distance, but then the old man called him by his brother's name, and something snapped inside. It suddenly seemed like a better plan to keep the past a secret and expedite his grandfather's departure. I don't really know how to feel about this. On one hand, I can't really blame Carlos. I mean, if there was ever a reason to kill. On the other hand, he ruined his life to kill someone who only had a couple of years left at best. What do you think? I maybe would have just kept my distance. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom. When I turned to open the stall door, I caught a whiff of aqua velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, yes. I asked her when he died, and she replied, at 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often, I'll catch a whiff of aqua velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me.